sahitam Devi Shunyalayo Bhavet. Beautifully, in this verse, Paramashiva explains that by fixing your gaze on a particular object, Vastu, you should slowly remove the thoughts and your impressions of that object. Then one abides in Shunya, the state where everything becomes one, where you start feeling the deep oneness with everything and the infinite space. So, in this sutra itself, when we see, Paramashiva gives us a step by step understanding of how we have to manifest this power. First, he says, remove the thoughts and impressions of the object, which is to bring the space of oneness with that particular object. And then, when that happens, you go into the state of Shunya, the space of all inclusiveness and infinite space. You start becoming one with the field, one with Paramashiva, and at that time, you're able to move that matter. Basically, when we move any part of our body, we feel that that part is part of us. Our hands, our legs, or any other organ that we move, everything, we feel that it is part of us and I can control it. Because of that strong belief that we have, we are able to manifest that movement in our body. So the same way, when we have our atma, when we have an object, when we start feeling oneness with that particular object, we can we will be able to move that object because we became that object. Like how our hands are us, like that the object also becomes us. So this is the science of moving this is the science of manifesting the power of consciousness. And now I will be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. So I have my Atmalinga, um, and I will be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter on this Atmalinga. And Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, recently initiated all of us into the power of making the Atmalinga stand. So we'll be placing our hand like this in a flat way, and then by connecting with Paramashiva, we'll be making the Atmalinga to stand without balancing it or without touching it. And for all of us to understand what the Atmalinga is and to bring the authenticity to the manifestation, the Atmalinga is crystalline material which is directly got from the ice and the quartz which has been there under the earth for thousands of years. So that's the way the Spatika is created, and the Atmalingas are created from that. Then when we carve the Atmalinga and it is initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and energized and given to all of us. So that is the Atmalinga. And also, if we see that the Atmalinga is not tied to any strings, and my hand also does not have any kind of magnetic things or anything. I'm just going to place my hand on a flat surface, and the Atmalinga will stand automatically. And at this point, I would like to invite all the viewers who are watching us right now to take this beautiful opportunity to also manifest this power with me. Because when I manifest this power, I will be creating the intense space of Shaktipada, which will allow all of us to manifest the power. We will all be able to connect to that entanglement space where Paramashiva has blessed all of us that when we manifest powers, we will be able to create that intense space. So now, if we have any objects with us or we have any desire with us that we want to manifest, now to bring those objects or write those intentions down on a piece of paper. And also, all of us who want to manifest the Mahaparamashivaham can also take this time to create your reality, because when we manifest powers, that's the best time we can create any reality. So as you can all see now, I'm placed my hand on the on a flat surface, and there's just a cushion under my hands so that the Atmalinga does not fall. Because when the Atmalinga stands and once the power manifestation is over, the Atmalinga falls. So that is why the cushion is there. Now I'll be intensely chanting the Mahavakya and connecting with Paramashiva. And at that time, all of us also, all the viewers watching us now live, can also chant the Mahavakya and see, visualize your reality happening, visualize yourself in that place where you have manifested the power or manifested the reality of whatever you want. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya and all of us can chant with me. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Yes, now all of us have seen the beautiful manifestation of the power. So everyone who wanted any of your realities to be manifested, or you wanted to manifest anything for your life or for someone else, take this time now to post it in the live comment. If you manifested or anything that you want to share, you can post it in the live comments, saying gratitude to Paramashiva for manifesting my reality. Because when we create that strong sankalpa to manifest our reality, which has already happened, when we feel that the manifestation has already happened, when we feel that the reality is already happened, we will be automatically the manifestation will be happening. And today we'll be having the darshan of Uma Maheshwara Murthi, who's the beautiful um, who's the beautiful manifestation of Paramashiva, and now we'll be experiencing this. We'll be experiencing a small satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who will be explaining about Kalyana Murthi, and we'll be seeing the satsang after a short break. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness, and the planes, multiple planes, everything. You will become Paramashiva. Understand? Literally last 39 years from the age of 5, whatever Paramashiva manifested through teaching, speaking, writing, every way, condensing the whole thing and presenting it to you all as experientially in these 21 days through this Jnana Charya, Jnana Kriya, Jnana Yoga, Jnana is Mahaparamashivoham. Lifestyle for just Paramashiva. Rituals to be just Paramashiva. Yoga for just being Paramashiva. Jnana just Paramashiva. This Mahaparamashivoham is like...
Good time, everyone. We welcome you all back for this next session of the Kalyana Sundhara Murthi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We're going to be now listening from the supreme part of Hinduism, from Swamiji, a beautiful satsang, a series of satsangs on relationships. How we create incompletions with our relationships, the fundamental problem, and how we can complete these relationships as well and come out of all the incompletions, all the sufferings, all the problems and misfortunes being created in our life because of the incompletions in our relationships. We will now be watching this satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
You are totality of your body and consciousness. Chit Jatak Granthi. That is what Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic constitution describes you. Chit Jatak Granthi. The conscious decisions of your Anma, soul, natural selections of your body, DNA, these two overlapping on each other, forming a knot is you. Now, this conscious decision and natural selection, these two, how it is matching, overlapping, decides whether you are going to be a celibate, suppressed, monogamous, just having one or two affairs outside your legitimate relationship, or polygamous. All that is going to be decided by these two overlapping. Your conscious decision process and your natural selection DNA. Listen. Just because every one of you have a human body, do not think you are all human beings. This generalization is the worst crime done against you. Each one of you are unique because your conscious decision process is not measured by any so-called rational scientific methodology till now. Only the natural selection, DNA evolution, natural selection is studied. Only that part is studied and understood. Understand? Just because the science has not yet evolved to study something, You trying to deny that is a mediocre mentality. If you have taken the body from animal to human being first time, now only you have done the natural selection process and jumped into the human body. Naturally, your senses will need too much of support from the external inspiration, like a lot of quantity of food will be required, lot of sights pleasure, lot of music pleasure, lot of smell pleasure, lot of touch pleasure, lot of sexual pleasure. Too much is needed to keep yourself engaged, alive. And if you are denied all that, you will be depressed. That's a problem. You will be depressed. So I don't want to say what is right, what is wrong. I don't want to give you a kind of a generalized solution. I will reveal the sacred secrets Paramashiva reveals. If you have already done the survival, means the natural selection process, more and more means from animal body you took the jump to human body. In the human body you lived few births and you have done a lot of conscious decision and more natural selection, and you evolved your system. Suddenly, listen carefully, too much of shadow of conscious decision gets embedded into your natural selection process, and you develop something called Divya Sarira, light body, which reduces your sensual needs drastically to keep you alive and excited. Means, if your Divya Sarira develops more and more, with less input from the external world, you will be more alive, joyful, excited, inspired, radiating. You may not need sense pleasures to keep you alive and active. Now, you need to look in and see where you are standing in your natural selection process and where you want to go using your conscious decision power. Understand, knowing the telescopic and microscopic reality of you, self, God, Ishvara, Jagat, universe, makes you make right decisions about relationships. Understand? Don't think I'm giving an impractical solution for your simple day-to-day problems. No. No band-aid solution can help you in your relationships. You think just a plastic smile can help you completely be happy with your family and relationships? No. Your core need to cognize powerful cognition. Only then your attitudes and understanding about you and life will get matured. Maturity means having the telescopic and microscopic vision, clarity, powerful cognition about everything you are handling in your life. Everything you are handling in your life, having telescopic and microscopic vision is what I call enlightenment. When you know life cannot be destroyed, you know nothing can touch you, you will start loving and being compassionate with everyone. You can't destroy me, so I am compassionate and loving to you. You are not a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for you. From that powerful cognition, when you love, that's a real love. Understand, whether love or life or laughter or dance, everything has to be from powerful cognition. The shades of relationship is decided by the conscious decision process. Decide to use the conscious decision process to break free from the DNA you developed by natural survival. From the space you are Paramashiva, even if you eat, that food will become one with you and you will become one with that food. You will bless the food and the food will bless you. You will do good to the food and food will do good to you. It will all be amazing, auspicious relationship. I am giving the example of food, whether food or any sense, listening, smelling, seeing, touching, including sexual relationship. If you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, if you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, including sexual relationship, all will be auspicious, lead to more and more oneness. This beautiful Ardhanarishwara will be your experiential reality. Ardhanarishwara is the pure manifestation of the cosmic union, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. From the space you are Paramashiva, when you operate, you are literally living God. Not God-man, living God. Understand? Anything you do from the idea you are a body, you are mind, it will all be just situationship. Do not expect any relationship started with the idea you are just a body and mind to be a permanent relationship in your idea, in your life. Even the word relationship is wrong. Everything you do from the idea you are body and mind is just situationship. So don't blame the situations, other person, anything. You are trying to get milk, cow milk from chicken, from hen. No, it is not possible. Don't expect the fulfillment of a relationship from situationship. Most of you get into so-called relationships because the situation pushed you into it. That's all. Even if it was your willful decision, the will you carry is operated. It functioned, it manifested your body and mind. See, you operate from the idea of body and mind, but you expect something which can come only from consciousness. Fulfillment, completion, peace, all this can come only from consciousness. Something which can come only from consciousness, how do you expect it from the operations you did from the idea you are body and mind? So listen. Contemplate and meditate intensely. See how you build situationships in your life, but you expect the results, fulfillment which can come only from relationship. Paramashiva's message directly from Maha Kailasa. Whatever expression you do from the truth you are consciousness, sparkle of Paramashiva. Whatever you manifest from this truth is relationship. Everything else, whatever you manifest from the idea you are a body or just mind, just emotion, will all be only situationship, not relationship. The realization you are consciousness, the relationship you build with Paramashiva, that can be called as relationship. Other than this, do not call anything as relationship. Everything else is situationship. Everything else is situationship. Listen. This one truth will solve all your problems of life about relationships. All your relationship problems can be solved, resolved with this one understanding. This one understanding can resolve everything. Other than your conscious relationship with yourself, your conscious relationship with Paramashiva, everything else is situationship. Meditate on this. Subject for today's webinar. discovering oneness in relationships. Understand, discovering oneness within you is powerful cognition means you apply the right powerful cognitions within you. You will discover oneness within you. You apply the powerful cognitions in your life. You will discover oneness in relationships. The whole married life in Hinduism is all about discovering oneness in the relationships. Listen, more and more powerful cognitions were asked to be applied, to be manifested. More and more powerful cognitions were supposed to be breathed and lived. I tell you, more powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with you. More powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with others. Fundamentally, oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition. Means the cognitions you carry about you, life, cosmology, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death, all this should become very high, powerful cognitions. The more and more powerful cognitions, more and more you will discover. I strongly recommend, when you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, I tell you, you will come to a realization, just like you feel insecure, the other person feels insecure. You feel greed, other person feels greed. You feel attention need, other person feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. You will have such overflowing love and compassion. When you realize your oneness with the other person, you will just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear. You will have so much of your inner space, I tell you. Your inner space will become so vast. You will be able to just hug that person. I am not saying, please listen, I am not saying all your conflicts will immediately be destroyed. You will come to an understanding. No. First thing will happen, both of you know, you reflect each other. Then suddenly you will see that maturity both of you feel, experience. Conflicts will evaporate. Not that you sit and sort out one by one, no. Conflicts will just evaporate. Understand, whenever you know the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. I tell you, knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength. It is a real power in the world. You just know how the other person is going to behave. You just know how to deal with him. Because you know he is going to reflect you. You just need to see which part of you he is going to reflect. And you know how to handle that part. And you handle that part in that person over. How you handle your greed, same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, same formula applies to handle his fear. How you handle your inspiration, same formula applies to handle his inspiration. How you handle your laziness, the same formula applies to handle his laziness. How you handle your cunningness, the same formula applies to handle his. Knowing the other person is your reflection makes you intelligent. Deciding to use compassion to heal the other person makes you God. It's life. Whoever decides for life, compassion as the strategy for their existence, live like a God in the cosmos. Understand? I'll expand on how the integrity and authenticity expands your relationships and enriches you to have the fulfillment. Dhyan se suniye, first I wanted to make these three statements. One, relationship does not mean only the few human beings who live around you. When I use the word relationship, I mean your relationship with your health, with your money, with your life, with your success, with the nature, everything. Second, you also have a very inauthentic way of dreaming about your life, just to have few cozy relationships around you, and that is enough. You are complete with your relationships and relationship dimension, which is completely wrong and inauthentic. Third, please listen. Third, only when you expand you to the level with integrity and authenticity, anything, anybody comes in your breathing space, there is a conflict-free, complete relationship. You are going to experience fulfillment and success. Relationship is not related to the quantity, it is related to quality. Please listen. The third statement takes the concept of relationship completely to the different level altogether. When you bring integrity, you will heal all the damage you caused inside you, outside you, due to the relationships, the ignorance you had in the zone of relationships. Listen. Your ignorance in the space of relationship not only causes damage in others, it causes damage in you also. It causes damage in your spouse, in your mother, in your father. Be very clear, you cause damage in you. Because your father, mother, spouse, all the relationships you carry decides the confidence and the energy you have about you. One of the important healing factor in relationships is the other person feeling you are transformed, you are going to be different in future. To tell you honestly, nobody is too serious about the past hurt. Everybody is expecting about what is going to be the future. If you give them the confidence, assurance, the future is going to be really transformed, authentic and responsible. There is nobody who is not ready to heal their past or drop their past. Everyone is waiting to drop their past and relate with you in a new way. Who is interested in carrying the past wounds? Just like how you are waiting to drop the past and have the new future. Everyone is waiting to drop the past and create the new future. Everything Everything has to happen out of completion. Living out of completion is your birthright. Every human being, first thing they should do when you start living your life is find the root thought patterns, suffering patterns, which is causing you suffering, and complete. That completion gives you the courage to relate with human beings with integrity and authenticity. People are afraid to relate with other human beings. Even when you go to meet your friends, you prepare all the statements you have to tell him. Why can't you be spontaneous? Even to meet with your friend, why do you need so much of preparation? Why do you need so much of inauthentic strategy planning? Why do you need so much of lack of integrity verbal preparation? It is so unfortunate. The trust level between the friends is dropped because the trust between you and you is stopped. You are afraid. Even with you, you don't sit spontaneously. Even with you, you rehearse and talk. That is why you can't talk spontaneously with others. Take the responsibility for love. That is where relationship starts. Do not say to anybody, I love you, unless you are ready to take the responsibility to fulfill their expectations about you without bothering whether they are ready to fulfill your expectations or not. When they are also fulfilling your expectation, you are also fulfilling their expectation. It is called business partnership. It is partnership in the business called life. Don't call it as love. Sometimes, not only you have partners in the business, even in the life you have partners. Maybe you can use the word life business partners. But life happens to you, brings you excitement when you go on fulfilling others' expectations.
Yes, beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, explained the reasons for the incompletions, problems, conflicts in our relationships, as well as beautifully giving the solution as well on how to come out of those problems and how to get into the space, all those around us, and all the relationships around us. So we're now going to be looking and entering into the internalization exercise to bring completion in all our relationships. Bringing integrity to our relationships heals the wounds of the past. When you bring integrity, all the damage you caused inside you and outside you due to the relationships, your ignorance in the space of relationships not only causes damage in others, but it also causes damages in yourself as well. When you cause damage in your spouse, in your mother, in your father, you cause damage in you because your father, your mother, your spouse, all these relationships you carry decides the confidence and the energy you have about yourself. Now, decide consciously to bring integrity in your relationships. Now, take a few minutes, take a pencil and a paper, and write down the 3 most important relationships in your life. with whom you are feeling a lot of past wounds with. Decide to bring integrity into your relationship with them. Look into your life and list down all the words, all the promises, all the commitments you gave to them, which you did not honor and fulfill or withdraw, and therefore did not restore integrity. For example, you gave a word to your spouse that you will help her get a new job, but you do not do so. Bringing integrity into our relationships is the fundamental step, the first step through which the completion starts happening in all your relationships. So this starts by completing all the incomplete words, all the incomplete commitments, promises you made to them. Completing those wounds, completing those promises, those commitments is the first step in healing our relationship with our parents or spouse or whoever you are having incompletion towards. Once you've penned down all the incompletions, all the unfulfilled words, unfulfilled commitments, all the words missed in these relationships, start calling those people, call them and complete with them. Either redeclare the commitment or withdraw the commitment. This is the most important step. Now that you have identified all the incompletions and all the words which have, after identifying them, the next step is to call them and complete with them, either by redeclaring the commitment to them or withdrawing them. This is a very important step because most of the problems we are facing in our life is due to the miscommunication in our relationships. Only through communication do these steps does the relationship start healing. After this step of talking to those people, talking to all the different relationships you have in your life, and bringing back integrity, either in the form of redeclaring your commitments or in the form of withdrawing them and completing them, it is through this step the relationships are healed. One of the important healing factors in relationships is that the other person feeling confident that you have transformed. You are going to become different in the future. You are a different person. Nobody is too serious about the past pains and the past wounds, but everybody is going to expect about what is going to be the future. If you give them the confidence the assurance that the future is really going to be transformed, authentic and responsible. There is nobody, absolutely nobody in this world who is not ready to heal their past and drop their past. So please understand, never feel any relationship in your life that they will not come to complete with you, or they will resist completion. You may not have talked to them for years together, and that anything you say now may fall on deaf ears. But everyone wants the space of completion. That is something which all of us deeply yearn for. As Swamiji beautifully says, everyone is looking towards a better you, towards seeing how you're going to be different and changed in the future. And they will always be ready to complete and drop the past. Everyone is waiting to drop the past and relate with you in a new way. Who is interested in carrying the past wounds? Just like how you are waiting to drop the past and have a new future, the same way, everyone else is also waiting to drop the past and create a new future. So with this understanding, let's have the courage to do the integrity process sincerely and heal all the past wounds in our relationships. If you need, please take a few minutes as well to pen down so that we can complete all these incompletions in all our relationships. Take the 3 most important relationships in your life with whom you are feeling a lot of past wounds. Decide to bring integrity into your relationship with them. Look into your life and list down all the words, all the promises, all the commitments you gave to them which you did not honor or fulfill, or withdraw, and thereby did not restore integrity. Now, call these people and complete with them. Either redeclare the commitment or withdraw the commitment. This is the most important step. Swamiji has given a beautiful 3-step process. Identifying these incompletions, penning them down for our sake, and calling with these people to recommit and restore the integrity in all these various relationships. It is through this simple 3-step process, any relationship in your life can be healed. Whether it is your mother, father, spouse, siblings, a friend, all relationships can be healed through this way. Because just like how you want to bring completion, want to bring fulfillment and build a new relationship, build an everlasting relationship, that is the same feeling the other person is having as well, whoever it may be. So it's time for us to have the courage to take the first step and allow the completion to bloom in our relationships. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, not just through this session and through this one teaching alone, but in depth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself completes all these incompletions, all these problems, and all these conflicts we are having, not just in our relationships, but in all the different aspects and dimensions of our life as well. On February 9th, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to be conducting the next Mahaparamashivamam program, where in depth, all these various aspects of our life, health, wealth, relationships, manifesting our reality as we want, all of these different aspects of our life, Swamiji himself is going to be directly involved with each and every one of the participants' lives and bringing completion into each and every single person. Not only that, by registering for the program now today, you will be able to have the rare opportunity to witness the Kalyana Murthi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, the QR code and the link to register for the program is going to be projected on the screen. Please don't delay and register yourself for the Paramashivam program. It is one of the most beautiful and most sacred contributions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made for the entire world. After completing the completion process to heal all the different relationships in your life, you can go ahead and register as well for the Paramashivam program, for the Mahaparamashivam program, and get ready to witness the divine darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, manifesting as Kalyana Murthi. So with this now, we're going to be entering into the next session of today's program after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness and the planes, multiple planes, everything.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there, you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanusyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaga Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogishwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism show that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org. A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivoham program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to the human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate over you will die in few days.
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, I welcome all the viewers and participants from 175 countries joining with us for this Uma Maheshwara Murthi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwara. As we are getting ready to have the most awaited moment of the day, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we will be having a small segment learning about what constitutes the world's most ancient enlightenment ecosystem. What is its elements and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the most ancient ecosystem, enlightenment ecosystem in the world to its original glory. Yes, we are going to be looking into the aspects and glory of Kashi Sarvanyapita. Just to utter the word Kashi Sarvanyapita, it just gives that essence and feeling of liberation, because the very kshetra, as Swamiji beautifully shared, it is an avimukta kshetra, never forsaken. In times today, where for every conversation that we have with another person, with every moment-to-moment arguments that we have in the workplace or relationships or whatever we are doing, we always give up so soon. We give up on us, we give up on others. The Kashi Sarvanyapita, the avimukta kshetra, never forsaken. No matter how many ever janmas you had given up on attaining the final path of living enlightenment, it is Kashi, where Vishwanatha himself, Paramashiva himself, has graced the entire humanity to be liberated. The never forsaken Kshetra. No matter how many janmas you have taken, how many times, how many parents you have done to be in this path of living enlightenment, it is Kashi Sarvanyapita, the avimukta Kshetra, that is going to liberate one and all with the grace of Paramashiva. And this is the most ancient living enlightenment ecosystem created by Paramashiva himself in Kailasa. And it is protected and taken forward by lineage of enlightenment masters, right from Shankara, Vyasa, many other enlightened masters, and Vivekananda, Hamsanandapuri, and now the current living incarnation of Paramashiva, the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwara, is gracing this entire ecosystem with the principle of liberation. It has a beautiful history of how Swamiji became the Pitadishwar of Kashi Sarvanyapita. Before we move to that, I'm just going to share a glimpse of what it feels to be in Kashi, especially when Kashi is graced by Paramashiva himself. How does it really feel? Let's take a small look at the small clipping.
Ganga I am.
हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे 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 हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर हर हरे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे 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 नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा हर 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 गंगे 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 शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या 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 हर हर गंगे 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 हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर हर
That is such a beautiful clipping. Like literally, we can feel how it feels to be with Swamiji in Varanasi. And this Kashi Sarvanipita blesses the world as Mahakala, Vishwanatha, Annapurani, Jagadatri Devi, Tarakeshwara, Dakshinamurti, and many other forms. And it houses the most ancient university. In Hinduism, university is nothing but the Sarvanyapita, where all the various knowledge repositories, various knowledge streams are all consolidated and brought together with the single aim of providing the science of living enlightenment to one and all. Kashi Sarvanipita houses the most ancient university in the world, and it is led by enlightened masters and the living incarnations, and it is the ultimate seat of learning, the repository of all the knowledge that Sanatana Hindu Dharma ever housed. This is exactly what Swamiji is reviving in Kashi Sarvanipita. It is the superior apex body of Hinduism, and all the decisions that Hindu leaders to advance the science of Hinduism, everything is done from the Kashi Sarvanipita. And you may actually think about how did Swamiji became the of Kashi Sarvanipita. It's a very, very mystical experience, mystical story I'm going to share with all of you. And Sri Lalidhar Swarup Mahakalananda. So he was the Pitadishwar of Kashi Sarvanipita, and he was actually a celibate monk. He's a brahmachari. And he had this spiritual intuition. He had this intuition that this Kashi Sarvanapita will be led by incarnation of Paramashiva himself, and he will be a boy from South India. He'll be a young monk, and he'll be a boy from South India, and he will be known by the name Nityananda. Please understand, Sri Lalitar Swarupji has not seen Swamiji yet. He had this intuition that the next Pitadishwar will be the incarnation of Paramashiva by the name Nityananda. So mystical, isn't it? And recognizing the possibility that he may not live to see this great happening where Paramashiva himself descends to the planet Earth to revive the Kashi Sarvanapita that he has created at the very beginning. He knows that he may not live that long. So he actually writes that in his will and hands his property, his ownership of Kashi Sarvanapita to the next successor. And it is so beautiful that the will gets executed where Swamiji becomes the Pitadishwar of Mahanirvani, of the Kashi Sarvanapita. And he was so right in saying that it is Swamiji that he actually came and revived this entire Kashi Sarvanapita to its original glory. And Swamiji had his own death experience in Manikarnika Ghat, especially in the Kashi Sarvanapita, exactly in the Manikarnika Ghat. And there's a beautiful narration of Swamiji where he says that the previous day when Swamiji visited the Vishwanatha, he could not cognize the Vishwanatha, like why so many thousands of people are coming here. It is just a small Shivalinga. Why so much of reverence? But when Swamiji was having this experience of death, when he was reborn, at that exact moment, right after the death experience in the Manikarnika Ghat, Swamiji takes the darshan of Vishwanatha, where he experiences the oneness of Vishwanatha. And he says that when I am not there, he is alive. So Swamiji experiences that complete oneness with Vishwanatha himself. And that is exactly what all of us are experiencing as the embodiment of Vishwanatha. Whenever Swamiji graces this Avimukta Kshetra, Varanasi, we are all feeling so liberated just looking at the images, looking at the videos when Swamiji was there in Varanasi. And today, we are going to be having wonderful sharing segment where the devotees and disciples around the world are going to come here and share their experiences of Swamiji being in Varanasi and how Swamiji has revived this Kashi Sarvanapita. Some of these experiences are just beyond words. I mean, something truly we cannot cognize, and the amount of contribution that Swamiji has done is truly wonderful. So today, the first sharing segment is going to be from someone. Okay, I'm just going to say that, have you ever heard that you can come back to life just by the glimpse of Swamiji, just by hearing the voice of Swamiji? That's exactly what you're going to hear from one of the disciples today. She has witnessed, she was an eyewitness of somebody who was electrocuted, lost their lives, was simply brought to life just by one blessings of Swamiji. So it's something so amazing to hear, and it is my pleasure and honor to welcome Ma Uma Balaji from Karnataka to today's segment. Yes, thank you so much, Ma Uma, for joining this segment today. And Nityanandama.
Nityanandama, thank you for inviting me. And it's a great pleasure to be here in this platform today, sharing my experiences at Varanasi. First of all, I would like to begin by offering my wholehearted gratitude to Swamiji. Without Swamiji, I just cannot imagine what I would have been and how I would have led my life. So let me begin by sharing how I saw Swamiji. I met Swamiji in the year 2007, and since 2007 to 2014, where the IA happened at Varanasi, I only related with Swamiji as, he is Bhagavan Sri Krishna and as Mother Meenakshi. But for the first time at Varanasi, I witnessed the powerfulness of Kala Bhairava. Swamiji could be this powerful. I witnessed that part of Swamiji only when I saw him very much alive at Varanasi. So the first day when we landed at Varanasi, Swamiji was standing there with that rope which Kala Bhairava holds in his hand during darshans. And we went and received his blessings. And after that, I think it was a journey that has been embedded in me, and I cherished these memories over and over again. So the first experience that I had at Varanasi that I witnessed was that of this person coming back to life. So they were making elaborate arrangements in the lawn of the hotel where the program was being conducted. And suddenly I heard a lot of commotion happening.
What was the arrangements, Poma, actually?
It was the Kala Bhairava Homa that was being done there. And the arrangements for Kala Bhairava Homa was happening there.
Wow.
And all the participants were gathered and they were all seated and they were trying to find their, place, prime, you know how it is when Swamiji is around. Everybody wants to get, have the best of Swamiji. So they were finding their spots.
We have done that multiple times. Yes.
So I was a volunteer there at that time. My son was doing his engineers and I was volunteering for the program. So we were moving around helping the participants. And suddenly I heard some, a loud noise and there was so much commotion. And by the time I could reach, I was midway, and somebody came and told me, Kala Bhairava liberated him. Kala Bhairava liberated him. He died. He passed away. And the moment I heard the word death, at that point of time, I was devastated. I was devastated, and the moment I heard that somebody had died and they had been electrocuted, and somebody passed away by being electrocuted, it only brought immense sadness. So I just withdrew from that place and I just isolated myself from the crowd. I just moved away and I went and sat there in silence and I closed my eyes and I started praying to Swamiji intensely. What will happen to his family? How would they react? What would be their first reaction when they hear that, this member is no more? So with those thoughts, I just isolated myself, and the Kala Bhairava Homa happened beautifully. Everything went the way it had to, go. And but after 3 days, when we gathered back in the hall, every day we used to have session, but on the third day of this incident that happened, we had a sharing from Jnanatma Swami. And this person who was supposed to be electrocuted and passed away was very much alive there. Later, we got to know that it was the photographer, the official photographer, who got electrocuted. And then we heard from Jnanatma Swami initially about the experience that the photographer had, and she was also an eyewitness. She was very much present during the happening when the incident happened there. So according to her version, when this photographer was setting up all the lighting arrangements, he came in contact with a live cable. It was a very high. He knew that he was getting electrocuted, and he just signaled the other people not to come anywhere near him. And instantly, it all happened very soon, and he just collapsed. And just before he could close his eyes, he remembered Swamiji. He prayed to Swamiji to take care of his family, and then he closed his eyes. And just before closing his eyes, he saw Swamiji. Swamiji appeared to him, and it was a huge form. And then he closed his eyes and he didn't know what happened after that. And later, when he regained conscious, when he found himself in the hospital being treated. And Ma Jnanatma Swami, who was there, immediately called Swamiji, and she informed Swamiji about whatever had happened. And Swamiji told her over the phone, "Look, now he will open his eyes." And there was so much commotion happening, all the volunteers trying to, move that person to the hospital. And immediately this person was being shifted to the hospital, and they were in the ambulance again. And sitting inside the ambulance, once again, Manyanatma Swami informed Swamiji. She called up and she informed that she was updating him, and Swamiji once again told her, "Look, now he will open his eyes." And the person opened his eyes, literally opened his eyes. And after that, of course, he was there in the hall sharing his own version, and he told all of us that whatever he had experienced at that point of time, that how he saw Swamiji just before closing his eyes, and how he was brought back to life. He thought that he was going to die and he's not going to be, alive anymore. And it was a great blessing that he was very much alive and back again. So that was the first experience, which really shook me. It shook me so badly. And I was coming to terms with it. And the next incident that happened was we were all, Swamiji shared during the program that we would all be doing the death meditation at Manikarnika Ghat. So we will all be going there, and we will all be going by boats. So the day, I think it was the 10th or 11th of May, and we all assembled at a certain place, and all of us got to travel along with Swamiji. So there were about 5 to 6 boats, and Swamiji was in one of the boats with all the Mahants and Kotharis, and our boats were going behind Swamiji's boat. So the first day when we went, suddenly there was a mild storm, and it started raining, and the boats went out of control. So the boats went towards the other side of the bank, and Swamiji got off the boat, and he walked towards the bank. And when he stepped down, he found a skull there, and Swamiji put his foot on the skull. And later Swamiji shared that the skull was that of a seeker, and he was waiting for Swamiji to come there and liberate him. And that is why even Swamiji's boat stopped at the exact location, so that Swamiji could liberate him. That was the experience. And then we returned back, and Swamiji shared that, Kala Bhairava's presence was so powerful, and we need to align. All of the whole group had to align. And once again, we were asked, the next day we were taken back to that same place. And this time, all of us reached Manikarnika Ghat. We witnessed all the bodies being burnt, and Swamiji led us into a meditation. He asked us all to visualize our own bodies burning. So that also happened in a very beautiful manner. Before Varanasi, the word death, brought so much of fear inside me, so much of insecurity. Even when I heard news of somebody passing away, somebody passed away, it would bring in a lot of sadness inside me. And I also remember watching, when Princess Diana passed away, the whole day I was glued to TV, to the television, and I was watching that whole happening. And, I just couldn't come out of it. The grief, I would experience the grief that the family person would be experiencing. I was that kind of a sensitive person. And when I was watching these dead bodies burning, leave alone grief, sadness, I was just empty. There was no emotion at all happening, the emotion of sadness or, fear or insecurity, nothing. And Swamiji also shared that, all the families, wherever the death happens, in whichever family, the families don't grieve. They don't cry when somebody passes away. They don't cry because it is directly, they all have that understanding that Paramashiva himself comes down and liberates each and every soul there, especially the souls, the bodies that are being burnt. Paramashiva is standing with his Trishul and moving all the bodies and liberating them. This was the understanding Swamiji gave at that point of time. And after that, of course, a lot of things have happened, and I have somehow come to terms with death. Death is, again, the soul taking another body and moving on. It is not the end of life, it is a new beginning. So this understanding I received for the first time from Swamiji when during this Varanasi inner awakening. And it also helped me change as a person. What Varanasi can do to you, I experienced when I was there. I was not the old self there. So active the whole day, and the heat was unbearable. And I'm born and brought up in Bangalore, so the weather here and the weather at Varanasi, like, extremes. And it was like one day we witnessed around for 52 degrees. 52 degrees Celsius was the temperature there. And even in that heat, we could run around, we could do so many things. When you volunteer, you can't think about yourself. You don't put yourself first. You put everybody else in the forefront. You need to attend to each and every person there. You need to take care of that person's needs, make that person as comfortable as possible. That is your role as a volunteer. And not only during volunteering, after I have returned as a volunteer, I see myself taking up responsibility for my family, the way I reach out to them, the way, I connect with people. Swamiji has changed so much for me and so many things in me. I'm not the same person again, like, what I used to be earlier. So much of expansion happened. And and let me continue the next, after the meditation, what happened, it's even more interesting. So when we were returning back again, I saw Swamiji. Suddenly he stood up and he held his Trishul in his right hand. And we have seen how Swamiji stands. He is embodiment of Paramashiva. He is the incarnation of Paramashiva. And I was always amazed the way by Swamiji's body language, the way he sits during darshan, the way he stands. There will be no movement, and it will be so graceful to watch him. You just melt by watching him. The way he was standing, there was so much powerfulness in his posture. The way he held his Trishul. And as he held the Trishul, I witnessed the clouds which were clear until then. Suddenly, it became dark and there was a storm again. There was so much of wind, there was strong wind, and suddenly it all became dark, and there was so much of dust, rising from the surface. And the river suddenly started experiencing strong currents. And then again, the boatsmen, they lost control of the boats. Till then, we could see each other. All the other boats, it was visible to each other. And when the storm happened, we lost sight of all the other boats. And none of us could understand what was actually happening. And it started raining. We could not see each other for a very long time. The boatsmen were trying to, balance the boats and, trying to bring it to the bank, but it just couldn't, it was not happening, and they were continuously losing control of the boat. And all that we did was we just held on to Swamiji. At that point of time, Swamiji had given us the Mahavakya, Om Hrim Nityanandaya Namaha. All of us just started chanting the mantra, and I could see half of them were, most of them were very calm and they were poised. Some of them a little, scared, but none of us lost control. All of us were, we felt that, we will be secure, we will be safe, and Swamiji will take care of us. And that was the feeling that was happening. But personally for me, till the last minute, I was confident that Swamiji would save us, and he would, he wouldn't let anything bad happen to us. And suddenly, after it was, I think this was happening for almost an hour. This was going on. And finally, when I was about to give up, that thought just happened. the thought just occurred to me that, I'm not going to be maybe alive. Just when the thought occurred, I saw that, some fishermen who had just come there to cook and eat at that point, maybe it was at around 8 p.m. in the night, 8 or 9 p.m. in the night. They had come, they saw our boat was like, going out of control. So they just threw the ropes and they pulled the boat to the bank. And by then all our Sangha members, some of the Sangha members and sannyasis, and they all came and helped us all to get out of the boat. And later we learned that Swamiji's boat had also, they were able to park that boat, and Swamiji had gotten off the boat. And my understanding of the whole incident was Swamiji gave us that real experience of that fear of death, the death happening, what would happen, that insecurity. He put us through that insecurity and he beautifully burnt that pattern, that fear pattern, and the pattern of giving up. He beautifully burnt it, and that is one of Kala Bhairava's Leelas. We experienced many more miracles. There were about 500 to 600 participants, and Swamiji gets to know what each one of them has come there for, and it would beautifully be they would be fulfilled without asking. Their boons will be fulfilled. We saw so many miracles. One day during the Akashic reading, Swamiji was people were asking questions and Swamiji was answering those questions. That is in the form of Kala Bhairava. Kala Bhairava had manifested and expressing through Swamiji's body. And when one question was asked, the Akashic reading suddenly stopped, and Swamiji, the entire Akashic reading suddenly stopped, and none of us heard the answer. All of us thought the same question is going to be asked the next day by the participant, and all of us can get to know the answer. But surprisingly, the participant who had asked the question came and shared in the hall the next day that she had received the answer. None of the participants had heard the answer from Kala Bhairava. It was only the participant who heard the answer. And that was also a big miracle. How can it happen? 600 to 700 people are seated in that room, and none of us heard, Kala Bhairava reveal the answer, and only the participant who had asked the question had heard the answer. So these kind of miracles was every day there would be some or the other miracle, and some, every day people would come and share their miracle stories. So it was a wonderful period. We enjoyed
I think
moment.
That's really amazing, Malik. How Swamiji is reviving the entire Kashi Savanapita by giving us that experience of liberation. See, fulfilling each person's reality and causing miracles is nothing but anugraha. His very anugraha, his grace and liberation is what we are all experiencing, and he's raising us all to that space. So it's so beautiful. Everything that you shared, especially the person who was brought back to life, the moment you shared about that, Swamiji, you have to take care of my life, and literally Swamiji appeared and he brought his life back. So Paramashiva is manifesting as Swami, as so beautifully as Vishwanatha here. And today all of us are here to learn more and more about all the amazing revival of Kashi Savanapita, and everybody who wants to support this mission of reviving ancient enlightened kingdoms. Swamiji is the successor and Pitadishwar of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms, and Kashi Savanapita is one such Hindu kingdom. And if you want to support this mission of reviving all the ancient Hindu kingdoms and bringing back the legitimacy of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you can sign up as a Sarvangapita Yajaman through the link that is being projected, skshp.org/contribute. So, Uma, I would like to ask you, this whole experience of death, being with Swamiji in Ganga, What is that powerful cognition that was ingrained in you after that experience? Because that is what all of us are looking for, right? Right now, in today's world, we are facing so many issues. We don't know what is the solution for all the problems that we face in our lives. When we get these powerful spiritual experiences, especially in the presence of incarnation, what was that powerful shift that happened within you?
Swamiji actually shared in one of the satsangs there in Varanasi that Kala Bhairava is a precise father and a compassionate mother. So I have experienced both the dimensions of that whatever he shared, even to this day. So for me personally, when you have Swamiji in your life, you don't have to worry about anything. So even when I forget sometimes, whatever the human dimension of me, myself, worrying and, getting deluded, he brings me back again. Every moment he takes care of me. I've been taken care of by Swamiji every moment. The food that I eat, the places I need to go to, the people whom I have to meet, or whatever, each and every activity of mine is pre-planned and scheduled by Swamiji. And every moment he is there for me. I just have to remember Swamiji, and that's it. And it is taken care of. And I was also talking to another devotee today who was sharing her experience about losing her father and, still going through the grief that of losing a loved one. So all I told her was, you still have the cosmic father. Okay. And the cosmic father can do much more for you than your biological father. So trust him, just surrender to him, trust him, complete with him, and come back, get back, and see how he aligns you and what all he can do for you. So this is what is my experience with Swamiji. He's there for me wherever he is, though he's not physically available. He is very much there. I can feel his presence all the time. And the strong cognition that I hold on to is, I have Swamiji in my life and I don't have to worry about anything. He's taking care of everything. He is my mother. He is my father. He is my friend. He is everything for me.
Wow. It just reminds me of what Swamiji shared in one of the satsangs, that the aim of Hinduism is not Videha Mukti, it is Jivan Mukti, every moment living enlightenment. And when we remember him, when he is in our thoughts, deeds, actions, when he fills our inner space, it is nothing but living enlightenment. And like you, I'm sure, Uma, you'll also agree with me, like there are thousands and thousands of devotees who have experienced Swamiji as Paramashiva and living these truths, how Swamiji has inspired and made sure that all of us are living these truths and reviving Hinduism to its original glory. So thank you so much for joining this segment today, and we will definitely have the concluding remarks from you, so stay tuned. And before we go to the next speaker, I'd like to share with all the viewers what Uma Balaji had shared today is the experience of thousands of more devotees and disciples who have experienced Swamiji, and especially the revival of ancient Hindu kingdoms that Swamiji is doing in Kashi Sarangapita, giving that liberation to one and all is something so truly profound, and that is what Swamiji is doing. And if you feel that, yes, this is something which you want to be part of it, you can sign up. We welcome all your intentions. Sign up in sksjp.org/contribute. And if you're somebody who wants to support this mission of reviving all the ancient Hindu kingdoms, please understand the impact that it can have on the humanity. Just what you heard from Uma, I'm sure all of you are feeling so liberated, so comforting. You feel that yes, there is something more than what you think as problems in life. This is a beautiful gift that no human being can miss. Really, no human being can miss. And that is what Swamiji is doing through Kailasa and revival of all these ancient Hindu sciences and ancient Hindu kingdoms. Let us all be part of it. Make that step today to be part of reviving this ancient Hindu kingdoms by signing up yourself as a Sarvapita Yajaman, sksjp.org/contribute. And now, we can, before we move to the next speaker, let's take more glimpses of Swamiji in Varanasi and how does it feel of taking his darshan in Varanasi. Yes, such a powerful expression, such a powerful expression of Paramashiva himself, manifesting through the Nijavatara Swamiji in Varanasi back in 2015. What we just witnessed, the so powerful darshan, and many such powerful darshan Swamiji has graced the humanity in Varanasi, and so many thousands of lives, like just like how Mama said on the previous sharing. The skull literally brought the boat towards it just to get liberated by Swami. There's so many beings out there in Varanasi just waiting to get liberated through this Kashi Sarvanyapita and all the activities that Swamiji has inspired the entire sovereign order to conduct. And today we are going to be having next powerful sharing from a couple who are ordained to be part of the Kashi Sarvanyapita and the vision, the grand vision that Swamiji has given for the Kashi Sarvanyapita to serve the humanity. So it's my pleasure to welcome Ma and Shri Avimukta to this segment today. And before we begin the sharing, I just would like to share, back in 2015 itself, Mani Ayar, so that was his old name, he was blessed with the spiritual name Avimukta. So as we all know, Varanasi is the Avimukta Kshetra. So and then over down the lane, memory trip down the lane, 2021, he receives the Guruvat that he's here. His purpose of his life is to be part of this greatest revival of Kashi Sarvanyapita. So it's such a profound, how Swamiji literally grooms each and every being and takes them, raises them to execute the whole vision and mission of Kailasa. So with no further delay, I would like to really listen from Sri Avimukta. How did it feel for you? Just looking back at all the beautiful memories that Swamiji has given you over the years, training you and grooming you to where you are today?
Yeah, Nityanandama, thank you.
Nityananda.
Thanks so much, Swamiji. Thanks so much. Ma, it's really a very close topic to me, and it's a very exciting one. Thanks for this great opportunity to talk about the name to where I am. So, of course, I got connected to Swamiji through his books and other things, but the important, if I look back, the important touch point I feel is 4 days NSP. The peak of the program is the death initiations. I know the devotees of 2000 to 2010, most of them would have got touched by Swamiji by that death initiation process. So that was, earlier I was too much of a logical person. So, I mean, the book can give you a knowledge and tons of information. But I remember the NSP where the second day Swamiji came and he said, let's go for death initiation, and that's all. That's all. That 4-5 hours or something was, I never know that it's going to be the completely changing hours of my life. I can add the word like it's beyond experience. I can't describe it, blah, 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 blah. But how that is reflected, that's what matters. Then after that, that particular program faced with religious persecution, which was vast in the, in a spiritual thing, and the kind of attack what Swamiji was has to face, as Sangha we have to face was, it's really it's beyond words. It's so sad part of a black part of Hindu spiritual. But always I'm a little hesitant person to take any decision like that. But the experiences which I got in that particular program made me to stand up.
Mm.
I know very well it's not me. It's not my usual me. It's my being me. And that's a turning point. Like how flower as a seed, it becomes a tree. That seed of that experience slowly flowered, and I could able to stand up and say, that's enough. And that's a really start changing phase of me. Then I never missed any of the program of Swamiji, and not even a single day has left, listening a satsang, reading Swamiji's book or being part of Sangha. From that event onwards, Swamiji become absolutely a part of me, in all breath of me. So that experience, the death experience, was one of the starting point, I can say. Then when this naming ceremony used to happen, like, the spiritual name, we have to get it. So the name when he gave Srinitya Vimuktananda, normally when Swamiji is in Kala Bhairava Samadhi, Bhava Samadhi, he gives the name relevant to, all Kasi and all things, that's the way. You're just telling Jnanatma once, hey, Jnanatma, I've seen, whenever Kala Bhairava comes, he always give name. He's very close to few names and he gives always names like that. So in Sangha, you can find only a few people with this Kala Bhairava name, that's what. He was just telling like how this name came, and he called and explained it also, like how, and what is the meaning of one. For see how Shiva has done it. Today Kashi stands. One is it's beyond time. We all know Kashi is standing for all 4 yugas. Very few places has that kind of a significance. It's all yugas, Treta yugas. You have a references of Varanasi in all the yugas, and till even the medieval history. You take anything, Kashi has the reference. So
I think what you're sharing is so powerful, Aya. Like Kashi being standing the test of time, like it's there for all 4 yugas, and Swamiji explaining that significance and giving you that name, and then giving you the vision that okay, you are going to be part of this Kashi Satangavita revival. That is so beautiful how Swamiji grooms each and every being. So what we have as Kailasa is completely out of Swamiji's hard work and his extreme compassion for the humanity. No matter who they are, what they are doing, what they have done in the past, Swamiji holds that extreme possibility for each and every being, grooms them, and ensures that they are achieving their purpose of life. And to do that, Swamiji goes through anything and ensures that the being is actually getting fulfilled. And also would like to see all the viewers, if you are part of any of these inner awakenings from Varanasi, you can post your timeless memory with Swamiji, with incarnation in Varanasi, and also anything that you know about Kashi, please feel free to post them in the group, MPSN group, that's actually getting projected in the chat. Yes, I am. So coming back to your journey with Swamiji, from receiving the spiritual name and then becoming an Adinavasi, deciding that, okay, yes, this is what you want to do in your life. How did that shift happen, and what made you to experience that shift?
Yeah. So after this name, the real breakthrough, I'll say, it happened in Varanasi, is an inner awakening. Pure the inner awakening, I was a volunteer, and so I just wanted to take a couple of incidents to share. Like once I said, like, it's beyond time. So one of the inner awakening, what Swamiji, as usual trip, he picked up all the participants in the boat. We went to, Ganga, and from Ganga, we used to see that Manikarnika Ghat. So, so it was around, morning around 10 o'clock, the boat left, and I was in one of the boat as a volunteer managing all the logistics of the participant. So then we parked. We got a very nice parking before Manikarnika Ghat, and we were monitoring it. So as usually, Swamiji started with light command that you see, this is the way you all decked up well, and you think life is great. Just see how this is where your life is going to end, and in a very, very fun way. Understand all the big truth. Big, you call it as Mahavakya, Aptavakya of Upanishad or something. He put it in a very simplest form, in a light mode, and slow and steadily, the whole, master was settling 8 months around in India. So it was around, 50 plus Celsius, and we are watching burning bodies. None of us never felt that heat, and slowly we start losing the conscious of time. And it's a beautiful silence is getting, first he talks something to make our mind rest down, and once the silence crept in, slowly whatever he seeded, and it becomes an experience for us. And after 11, 12, we don't know what time, maybe around 5 o'clock, somebody came and say, just you all vacate the place, something like that. That's the time we understood that it's around 6 hours. 6 hours in a hot sun, watching the burning bodies. I mean, this is an experience, you can literally say it added so much in you. And I'm sure each and every, as you nicely say, Swamiji picks up each individual, even though it is a program for 500, 600 people. Each and every person is separately handled. Every soul, every being there is separately handled. What that being needed is exactly in the program. That's a greatness of Swamiji's any program. That too, when it's happening in Varanasi, in each and every city, Swamiji shows a different dimension. Tirunnamalai is a dimension, and Himalaya is a dimension. In Varanasi, it is Kalabhairava dimension. As Ma nicely put it, it's a very compassionate mother and precious father. So he really cuts off what has to be cut off. So in that, Manikarnika Ghat Darshan, it was typically, for me individually, I can call it as we are beyond time. And when you are beyond time, this death and other things are completely doesn't matter. I can now verbally, coin this word and say, but experientially it got seated there. Then when I came, before when I entered into that program as a volunteer, he called and he said, he preciously gave me the instruction that what temple, what is the meaning of Avimukta Chaitra? and how Adi Shankara's guru has installed that yantra. See, Kasi is not, it's a city, it's an yantra. If you know, around 108 important Shakti Pitas are there, and 54 Pingala, 54 Itakala, and all are temples as an yantra. So his city itself is an yantra. So Swamiji followed beautifully that, which temple to go, how to start with, how there are some circulation you have to do before doing the program. So he does all, and he explained very scientifically. So for me, it's really a food for my thought, food for my brain, that how this Kashi as a city, we look as a city, but it's a body, it's an Indra, and how as an energy things it works. So, and he said how Avimukta Kshetra, I mean, today, who can be, after all this meta stuff, all this attack, he is only person we could be able to see in the earth. He is unfortunately standing for Hinduism. He in each and every inner awakening happening at Varanasi, you can easily find out how he talks about the revival of Hinduism. I got touched. See, logically or mentally, I got touched by the way in which he explained it. Like, let it be the university. In Varanasi, when he was there, entire city used to come and see. Entire Mantaleshwars and all people come and just see the kind of a respect they hold for Swamiji. The kind of a respect the whole city, the whole Hinduism hold for it. Undoubtedly, you can say he is there to revive all the sampradayas for Hinduism. So that was a second closing point, and that is a time the third eye awakening was happening. That was individually something amazing. So this one is this Manikarnika Ghat experience. The second experience, okay, first day we understand about theoretically what is death and other thing. The second day when we are there, the trauma was happened, the earthquake was happened. So whole city was in 6.5 hectare scale. So in second day program, when we found that whole hall and everything was shaking, we all went out, right? As a precautionary measure, we were supposed to run out and be in the open space and all. I could able to see how Swamiji just walk very compassionately and very composedly and just take us, all of us through, and just say, listen, I'm there for even in this kind of tough time. So the takeaway for me in that event is, of course, I learned theoretically, second day, little trauma has happened inside me also. But when I look back, I can see even in that moment, any part of trauma or earthquake in your life, he is there to hold you. When he is there, actually, there's no earthquake, there's a delusion, but still he is there. When you find him, he is there to take care of every earthquake of your life, inside and outside. The third incident is when I was volunteering, there was one devotee from Bombay. She brought her father, and he was in the wheel, so I was servicing him, I was taking care of him and all. And he liberated, he got liberation when he was in Varanasi itself, with the few initiations and few days of Swamiji attending a program. The kind of liberation that older man got, and how it healed their entire family, I could able to watch it very closely. And what Swamiji talking about, a graceful exit, that is going to be the greatest gift for humanity from Swamiji. And of course, he is there to revive all 10,000 sampradayas. All is going to happen. So if you ask me to pick up something, the graceful exit is going to be the key thing. Swamiji, I mean, we've listened how Swamiji is bringing back life, how Swamiji is doing graceful exit. So many stories we can tell. So I saw that case very closely. And after that liberation, what all happened to that family? If one person is getting graceful exit with right, cognition, or without any packages, karmic packages, when one soul leaves the family, like we say, Pitamaha, Pidamaha, all these 3 generations get liberated. All the karmic cycles get cut, so that the living, the below generations will get all blessings of wealth, health, and everything. I could able to see that practically in their family. So, and she was so much got attached, and very much part of our Sangha now. So, like imagine, like all our parents, I mean our relatives, even in our older days, if the signs of this vanaprastha, graceful exit, has been given to us, it's something. This is what humanity is today missing. Okay, and old age homes are growing, but the death become a pain. It is no more auspiciousness in the world. For the Western world, it's an industry. They try to milk and make money out of us, and even this getting creeping in India also. So the old age become a weightage, and it is a painful, which Swamiji is talking about. A graceful exit can be a really wonderful solution for it. So, and the
Actually,
final,
as you were sharing, right, I'd like to share with all the viewers, graceful exit. I mean, we have heard so many stories that people, especially the living and practicing Hindus, people who are close to their old age, they start settling to near Kashi with the hope that one or the other day I should die in Kashi so I can get liberated. But Paramashiva doesn't give liberation because you move places, right? So exactly on the day, so something will happen, the person will be moved out of Kashi. So only the graced beings, really, really graced beings can leave the body in Kashi. And Swamiji is offering this service of graceful exit to one and all through Kashi Sarvanya Pita, where literally you can spend your old age in Kashi Sarvanya Pita, and you can actually give a linga, donate a Shivalinga, and this Shivalinga will be installed in Kashi Sarvanya Pita in the Ghats of Ganga itself, and it will be named after you, so you are eternally at the feet of Vishwanatha in the laps of Ganga, oneness with Paramashiva and Swamiji forever. So this is a beautiful gift that Swamiji is giving to the whole of the humanity for us to experience what it means by graceful exit. And you feel that, oh, this is something so beautiful, because once you give somebody this graceful exit, you are actually liberating that person from this thousands and thousands of janmas of karma, right? This whole birth and death cycle, if somebody gets liberation out of it, and you are instrumental in doing that, that is the best thing that you can ever do to anybody, right? If you feel this relationship is too close to me, you have to contribute to make it up to everything that they have gone through for me. If you consider somebody too close to you, then this is the best way how you can enrich the person and feel contributed to that relationship. Because once you liberate anybody from this karma or the cycle of life and death, and give them this beautiful space of always residing at the feet of Vishwanatha, manifesting through the Nijavatara Swamiji in the laps of Ganga. Wow, what a beautiful gift that you can give. So if you feel that, yes, you want to be part of it, you can sign up in sksjp.org/contribute. All the participants and viewers, if you feel so connected to this cause of graceful exit and you want to support this cause, you can sign up in the link that we are showing here. And if you've already signed up also, you can sign up once again to show your intention where you are at. And yes, I'm just checking the YouTube chats. Yes, so many of you are listening to this sharings and feeling so happy. Thank you so much for your participation. And we have many, many more powerful sharings. Just listening to these words, you just feel that liberated and have everything in life, nothing more to achieve, nothing more to look forward to. That is a space that keeps us all. The moment we start talking about Swamiji and Varanasi and all the miracles that Swamiji has done. Abhinavta, I would like to ask you now, Swamiji has given so many visions, right? The Kashi Sarvanya Pita is going to serve the humanity, whether it is in terms of teas or Jnanalayas or all the other intellectual work of Hinduism, how Swamiji wants to build through Kashi Savan Pija. Would you like?
Yes. So, as we all know that all sampradayas, around 10,000 plus sampradayas of Hinduism is still live, and it's all available in Kashi. You know that you can say it's a religious capital or knowledge capital of Hinduism. So there is so one is Swamiji wanted to revive all the sampradayas. Second, so how it can be revived? So this the owners of this all, or rather the executor of this all sampradayas, are as a Mantaleshwar. So if it is taking a sannyas sampradaya, or you take any other specific sect, all are so reviving this existing organizations and Mandaleshwar. This will really get boost. This will get into the next next breakthrough. So this is one action, and Swamiji is already a part of many Mandaleshwar there. You all know that. So already the revival is happening on that front. Number one. Number two is the universities. Today, you all know, I'm sure most of you might be knowing about it. We are having one of the biggest online library, and we are one of the very big online universities also. So anything on Hinduism, we have few 10,000 hours of content, and the classes and the materials we have is something momentous. So on Nityananda Hindu University carries Jnanalaya part. It has a library in it, and Swamiji still being part in many Mandaleshwar, trying to revive all this kind of this thing. The graceful part, Ma, when you were saying like Vanaprastha and this graceful exit, all the viewers, any of your parents, or any of your even for yourself or something, at least the best gift, as you all Ma was saying, the best gift you can give it to a known person. Because when I was doing volunteering, I could able to see how one person exit has given a complete consolation to their family. It was a amazing scene. We all know Tarpana, these and that, but when Swamiji get into one being life, and when he is liberating, it's a thing we should not miss it for yourself, your family, or anybody. So that is one of the biggest contribution. We should not be living avatar. That is the one we should not miss. And when you see the picture, this is one of the scene to be seen when Swamiji gave an initiation to sannyas. He immediately announced, and lot of sannyasis, Brahmapumacharis, jump into Ganga, and they were all sitting and taking the sannyas initiation. Was amazing stuff. And all the pictures what you are seeing is bringing me back the beautiful memories of Varanasi. So Swamiji vision is for energy use good. So in my personal life, what happened? Okay, first I got a name. First I got an experience of death, and I got a name. Then Varanasi IAs have given me a lot of that seeds has started growing in. And when Devi Darshan happened, Swamiji personally blessed me. Like I have to be, my purpose of my life is taking up Kashi, Kailasa, and run that, and that too as a family. I have to be there, and he always, I bow down to him, and a lot of gratitude to him. How he hold us this as a family, even any spiritual practices he give, he just tell me as a family, go there and see. Even Manikarnika Ghadi, go there and watch it. All these things he does it to me, and so that the beautiful relationship completion happens. And that he said, when you start doing it, what kind of a Jivan Mukti, Vega Mukti, all things will happen, and you will be serving at my feet. That word from him has increased my spiritual frequency, and I thought this is the time I should jump in. And not only giving a vision, making a person preparing for it is very important, and he does it so precisely. And in all ways, he see to that preparing a person. I mean, he's giving training last couple of years. I sit with him, and with his guidances, we are getting prepared for running this kind of vision. So Swamiji, for me, he is a form of this revival mission. He's here to revive the entire Hinduism, and I'm really, really great to be part of. And once again, I don't know how many times, how many ways I can just thank him. Being part in this whole mission itself is a greatest gift I can think of in my life. So I'm in an incubation of training with them. So that's the way I can conclude. So much thanks. Thank you, Swamiji.
That's such a beautiful sharing, what you had shared with all of us. You can see literally how Swamiji handholds each being to this path, and the grand vision that Swamiji has got for Kashi Sarvangapita is truly empowering and enriching. So I request all the viewers out there, you can show your support, you can show your intention to be part of revival of these ancient enlightenment ecosystems by signing up yourself as skSJP.org/contribute. And you may also show your support. What do you all feel just listening to these amazing sharings of Swamiji being in Kashi and how he has revived this ancient enlightenment ecosystem by making Hindus realize the real purpose of life, right? By giving these experiences, whether it is a 4-day NSP program or a inner awakening, where Swamiji initiates all of us into death, or the project of graceful exit, that is something which we cannot even comprehend. So every single initiative that Swamiji has done towards this Kashi Sarvangapita revival is something extraordinary. So all we can do is feel, experience, and support this initiative by being part of Sarvangapita. And next we also have Ma Avimuktananda, and today being the Kalyana Sundara Murthi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where we are all going to experience the complete feeling in the oneness, completion in oneness in the relationships. Today being the wedding anniversary, I would like to really wish you all, and wanted to hear from Avimukta, how do you feel being part of the ecosystem? Did you ever imagine in your life that you're going to take up this huge work of being part of Kashi Sarvangapita revival, and how Swamiji has taken you from where you are to where you are today? Sorry, we're not able to hear you, Ma.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Swamiji, for giving this opportunity to express what I feel about the whole thing. It's such a wonderful journey, actually. I really never imagined that I would be here and I would be doing these things. I remember when Sri Mukta was volunteering in Varanasi, we were called, we just joined him during the last few days. And Swamiji was so compassionate. We were not even a volunteer actually in the program, me and my son. When the program was happening, he just called us inside and, he made us a part of the initiations. So he was like, I'm so compassionate. It was like, it was an inner awakening program where outsiders were not allowed. But he was so compassionate. He just called us inside and he gave us the initiations also. So that is the deep compassion of Swamiji. And he also told Sri Mukta that as a family, you go and sit at Manikarnika Ghat for some time. So together, all three of us, me, my son, Gangadhara, who is now a part of the temple, he's heading the temple now. He's been a Gurukul student for the last 9 years, and now he's managing the temple. So Swamiji has brought him up, and all three of us, we went and sat and spent some time at Manikarnika Ghat. So that experience, of watching the bodies burning, actually it was a different experience. Actually, there was no fear or no kind of there was no emotion. Actually, I would say we were sitting there for hours together, just watching. nothing, no expression. We were not even talking to each other. Actually, I could see that even my son got so involved into it, and he was also going through his own experiences. He was just a young boy of 11 years old, but so much of maturity it brought into all of us. Like, with respect to relationships, so much of completion happened. We keep fighting for small things, or having arguments as a couple. I'm saying many people would be facing this. We have so many reasons to fight and argue, but finally when we see this whole thing, the whole scene of Manikarnika Ghat, where we see that yes, this is the truth of life. What happens, see here, what do we take what do we take and go? We don't take anything, right? We just go away that way. So these things brought in so much of maturity, and I would say it is more of uh, a kind of restfulness, what it brought inside us, that a lot of completion happened with respect to relationships, between us as well as a couple, as well as between every other relationship that we have in our lives. So much of it really also helped me to hold myself in the right context when I lost my twin sister to cancer. And the whole, I'm sure I would not have, taken it the way, like in a matured way, if it would not have been for Swamiji. I now realize that probably he would have given this experience for some reason as well. Because when she left the body, it was so sudden, and it was like she was just 37 years old at that time when she left the body, and she was my twin, so I could resonate with her so much. Like we both were mirror images of each other. So I would definitely not have gotten through that loss of my sibling if I didn't have the right cognition. With Swamiji really instilled into me, it could be because of that incident of watching the dead bodies at Manikarnika Ghat, sitting there and just watching, and that really brought that stillness in me, that I could take each and every when my sister's body was brought in for the last rites and other things, every incident, I was seeing my parents, they were kind of really collapsing, and I was I could hold all of them in a properly, without getting emotional, and giving them the right support. Being in that space of Paramashanta, I would say that yes, with high maturity, I could see that I was handling it maturely, rather than just sitting and crying, or creating a scene or something. But it was only because of Swamiji, I think, that I could handle it that way. So this really helped me to understand this death experience in a more deeper way, and not feeling that fear of death as such, that I'm losing my loved one. That when we lose our loved one, we get so much into depression. I've seen so many people, they never come out of it. But this experience really gave me that cognition that no, Swamiji has liberated her, and it is not the end. Like, thou shall not die. That's what Swamiji says. So it was beautifully, I could experience it actually, and it helped me sail through the whole incident in a very matured manner. And this gave a lot of strength to me to handle my relationships in a different and matured way, so that I don't keep on throwing tantrums on things, and on the way people react, and whatever. So many people face so many relationship issues generally. So I'm in a position to look through and take matured decisions and have matured conversations. Swamiji really helped me in understanding these things. And also, regarding the spiritual name, actually, one thing what happened was, when I had asked for a spiritual name officially during the inner awakening that I attended, Swamiji gave me the name Nirakula. I could not relate with it. I was like, okay, he is Avimukta, how can I be Nirakula? I was not able to relate. So I just kept quiet. I didn't say anything. Okay, Swamiji has given the name, so I can't do anything. So I just kept quiet. I didn't say anything. And after after 1 or 2 years, when we were actually organizing a third eye initiation program for school children in Bombay, that time Swamiji online, when he saw me, he just called me by my legal name, and he said, "Okay, I'm not giving a proper spiritual name. From today, you are Mahavimukta." That is a moment I really felt aligned to what Sri Avimukta wanted. He wanted to be a part of the mission. I wanted to be with him as a part, as a family, like in the mission. So that is when I could realize that yes, I am also aligning to that purpose. And this name itself aligned me too much to the whole thing. Like, it was really a breakthrough for me, because I could relate myself that yes, I am with him in this journey. So it aligned me beautifully, and I could also support him in the decision of becoming an Adinavasi and be here as a family, and be a part of the Kashi Sarvagapita. And it's been a beautiful journey. And the amount of training and the kind of training that we're getting, all this is aligning us beautifully. And we really thank Swamiji for giving us this training and making us a part of his family. So thank you so much. That's all I want to share. Thank you.
Yes, these beautiful conventions, programs that Swamiji conducted in Varanasi to revive the Kashi Sarvagapita is something so phenomenal. And all the sharings so far we have heard only reminds us of Swamiji's extreme love and compassion for the humanity to revive these ancient kingdoms and empowering the humanity to find solutions through Hinduism. And here is the opportunity for all of us to contribute towards this revival of ancient Hindu kingdoms. You can contribute by signing up at sksjp.org/contribute. So this is something which we can do right away. And you have any questions or anything to share, you can post it in the YouTube chat, and we will right away read your comments and connect and ask the questions from Avimukta Ayya and Mama. Yes. And now, before we go to the next segment, we will have one more segment, one more small video clip showing Swamiji and Varanasi and all the revival that Swamiji has done in Kashi Sarvagapita.
भानुकोटिभास्वरं भवाब्धितारकं परं नीलकण्ठवीप्सितार्थदायकं त्रिलोचनं कालकालमम्बुजाक्षमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुराधिनाथकालभैरवं भजे तं विभुं स्वर्णवर्णशेषपाशशोभिताङ्गमण्डलं काशिकापुराधिनाथकालभैरवं भजे रत्नपादुका प्रभाविरामपादयुग्मकम् नित्यमद्वितीयमिष्टदैवतं निरञ्जनं मृत्युदर्पनाशनं करालकं श्रमोक्षणं काशिकापुराधिनाथकालभैरवं भजे
So all the participants here, whoever is listening to this beautiful segment today, I'm going to share with all of you once again all the various contributions that Swamiji has done towards this Kashi Saranapita. Kashi, the Avimukta Kshetra, stands for liberation. And Swamiji has granted this liberation as Paramashiva himself by various programs in Kashi Saranapita in Varanasi. And thousands of people have experienced miracles by being part of these initiatives. Number two, Swamiji has offered this service called Graceful Exit, where anybody you feel, you want to give them a gift, present them with something very special to them, you can really do it by being part of the Graceful Exit. So what happens in Graceful Exit is, on the name of you or your family members, a Shivalinga will be dedicated and that will be installed on the hearts of Ganga itself. And Swamiji is energizing the Shivalingas and granting you the boon of liberation to every person who enrolls for it. And it's such a amazing gift that Swamiji is giving to all of the humanity. So this is number two. And number three is Swamiji is introducing various other kriyas, nitya kriyas and programs called Kaya Kalpa, where they go beyond their age and experience liberation. So all of these initiatives is to empower and revive the whole of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And one of the largest vision that Swamiji has for Kashi Saranapita is establishing the world's largest university. How it used to be earlier, the same world's largest university, Swamiji is establishing in Kashi Saranapita. Now, why you need a Hindu university? Why it is something very important to you? Please understand, there used to be 100 million source scriptures, and Hinduism is a pantheon of religions. Out of 100 million source scriptures, what we have in hand is only 10 million source scriptures. And each of these source scriptures has a specific method, specific technique to make itself available, relatable to the whole of the humanity. By having solutions for all the problems that we ever face in life, our Vedas and Agamas has got the solutions for you. So now, out of 10 million source scriptures that we have in our hand, only 10% of it is in our hands, and rest of the 90% is in the hands of the commercialists who patent the Hindu technology and make money. That's right. What is happening to Hinduism today. So the whole effort that's being done by Swamiji in reviving the Kashi Saranapita is something extraordinary, and no human being can miss this opportunity, because Paramashiva himself has landed in this planet Earth as an Ejavatara to liberate one and all. So I once again announce all the participants to sign up in the link that is being shown, your interest to be part of Saranapita. Yes, you can see all those beautiful memories of Swamiji sharing the signs of liberation to one and all in Varanasi. So I once again repeat that everybody has to be part of this mission. And to execute this vision that Swamiji has got for library, out of 100 million scriptures, we have only 10 million, and out of 10 million scriptures, only 1% is what is there in our hands. So whatever is remaining in our hands, Swamiji wants to revive all of them back by enhanced library services, including scanning of all these ancient scriptures, making it available and making it user-friendly by employing a huge team of Shivacharyas who is going to translate all these verses and make it completely user-friendly. So these are the upcoming updates about the Kashi Saranga Pita that we intend to do. And everybody, just wherever you are today, you make that sankalpa. Yes, we want to take this jump and make it happen. When you decide and do it, you will see how the whole system and the cosmos comes in line, and it is out there to support your reality only. Right? So, yes, I'm just going to give a few more minutes for all the participants to sign up, and then we will continue the segment. It's going to be one more interesting round of third eye scanning for all the people who want third eye scanning. We'll be doing it shortly now. And before that, I just wanted to once again tell all the viewers and participants today, whatever you feel as an obstacle, it is simply an obstacle. When you fill the intention, you are showing the cosmos that you are really serious about it. And just your decision will make you to manifest the reality the way you want. So thank you all for all the participants. And in the next segment, we will be having a third eye scanning. There are several people out there who you feel that, yes, I want to change, I want to rebuild myself, but something happens, a trigger that will actually make you lose the whole focus, makes you lose the whole thought. So now we will see how Swamiji has empowered the whole humanity by providing liberating cognitions to all the problems. Every single problem Swamiji has given liberating cognitions. And now we will see a small clip more on Swamiji and Varanasi, and before we go to the next segment. Yes, I request all the participants to post your interest.
हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे
गंगा आयाम
हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे 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 हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे 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 नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगा नित्यपुरीश्वरा जय गंगाधरा हर 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 गंगे 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 शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव शंकर शंकर नित्या शंकरा शिव शंकरा शिव हर हर गंगे 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 हर हर गंगे
Yes, the most beautiful Ganga and Swamiji's speech. What a scene to be seen. How many of you are really enjoying this whole episode of Swamiji and Varanasi? You can all post that in the Facebook group. Oh wow, so many of you are raising your hands. That's Ma Brahmagyana, Ma Durjati. Yes. Bhupendra. Very good, Aya. Bhupendra ji. Anybody else? And we have Ma Jarendra Stananda. Great. Right. So all of you can actually post your feedback and how are you enjoying this whole segment in the Facebook group. And you have the QR code that is already being projected in the screen. So you can scan the QR code and it will be directed directly to the Facebook group. And you can post your comments and feedback. Okay, and now in this segment, we're going to see, okay, so far we have seen this extraordinary revival, what Swamiji has done towards Sarvanyapita, Kashi Sarvanyapita, and the very grand vision of reviving all these scriptures. Please understand, 100 million scriptures are there, 90 million scriptures is destroyed. What we have is only 10 million, and even in the 10 million, only 1 million is in the hands of people who wants to revive Hinduism. Only 1 million scriptures we have out of 100 million scriptures that used to be there. What Swamiji wants to do is he is going to initiate people into Akashic reading who can directly access the cosmic records, can directly access the cosmic archives and start expressing these lost scriptures. That is how Swamiji wants to revive this entire Kashi Sarvanyapita. By producing super conscious mutants, you and me, Swamiji is going to initiate and make us all super conscious mutants in such a way that we can simply access the cosmic archives and revive and get these scriptures out. Right? So this is the extraordinary vision that Swamiji has for Kashi Sarvapita. So whoever is feeling that, yes, this is something which you really feel you want to do it, please understand there are so many things that we are currently doing in our lives. But what really going to fulfill us, what is going to really make us meaningful, make our lives meaningful, is a contribution, something like this, right? So when Swamiji is saying he's going to produce the superconscious mutants who can access and deliver these sciences to the whole of the world because of one single fact that Hinduism is a one-stop solution for all the problems that the current day modern society is facing. Whether it is health problems, education, social justice, jurisprudence, whatever may be the problem or the impact of the problem that it has on the society, Hinduism has a one-stop solution. It is really the one-stop solution that humanity can ever think about. And Swamiji is reviving the whole Kailasa to make it more user-friendly, make it more available for the whole humanity, so we have a beautiful planet for the next generation. And you deciding to be part of the Sarvapita, it will simply raise your consciousness to Paramashiva and be the channel where he can express. So whatever is stopping you from becoming Sarvapita, you may be having an intention, but for some reason you're not able to manifest wealth. You may be having the intention, but for some reason you're not able to get over your insecurity. Whatever position you are in, you can actually sign up and start your journey. You can once again restart your journey. And now being the Uttarayana, it's a beautiful day for you to decide to rebuild your future. So I request all the participants to scan the QR code and take a look at the form, and you can fill your questions. You can fill your blessings requests, whatever you want to fill, you can do it. And from there, we can start the journey of being part of Kailasa's ecosystems. So, yes. You can see here Ma Devi Karani saying that gratitude to the beautiful cognitions. I'm a great possibility. I can feel relationships and appreciate manifest within me. When I carry the right space, acceptance and love becomes a natural way of life. Completion is a blessing. Thank you, Bhagavan and Sangha. Beautiful Ma. Thank you so much. Requesting all the participants to scan the QR code that is being projected below, and you can share your interest. You can share your interest to be scanned. So I'm going to scan you and then share with you what is actually stopping you for you to manifest the reality of Sarvapita. Requesting all the participants to scan the QR code, and you will be directed to the Facebook group automatically. So if you would like to get scanned, you can post that in the group and we will work on you. So many of you are joining today's session and getting ready for the most rated Darshan. So before we go to the Darshan segment, we'd like to do a third eye scan to all of you who whoever is interested in making this reality happen, of signing up for Samadhi Beta. Yes. So, I have a post from Majarendra Sthitananda for manifesting SJP. Right. So, I'm going to scan Maniti Jarendra Sthitananda, and Jarendra Sthitananda, we can communicate. As I'm scanning, you can start writing, you can start typing whatever you are able to connect, whatever you are able to relate. So today we will be having a breakthrough in the way you are approaching SJP and in the way you're going to manifest SJP, right? So let us take that sankalpa and please sit straight. Please close your eyes and connect with Swamiji. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Ma Jalandhara Sthitananda, first thing that Swamiji is showing is your existence in parallel universes. Right? Moment you realize the very purpose of your life, how you exist in your parallel universe, you will start experiencing a shift, a natural shift in the way you are approaching the problem today. The way you are approaching the problem today in terms of manifesting SJP is, I am trying every single avenue, but it is not manifesting. And I don't know what to do. And whatever you are trying only from the logic of being caught or being caged. And this logic is already confined because of all the SDHC that you carry about yourself. Swamiji is sharing, just by you deciding to have that knowledge about your parallel existence, where are you, which loka are you, and how are you positioned in that loka. Just having this glimpse and having this understanding is simply going to shift all the powerlessness that you carry about not being able to manifest the SJP. Is this making sense, ma? I request the tech team to project the FB. Yes, can we check the FB? Ma Jalandhara Satyananda, is that making sense to you? Ma Jalandhara Satyananda, are you able to connect to this and post it in the chat? And now we will actually go through the space of you experiencing a parallel universe existence, right? So I request you to please sit straight and chant Mahavakya loudly 11 times, right? And in the 11th time, you connect to Swamiji, right? You are already initiated into this power of Yogini Siddhanam. So you can connect your parallel existence, and just by having that very glimpse that you are a yogini and you don't have any limitations in life, that very glimpse will make you to drop all the powerlessness that you're having towards manifestation. You will see simply the efforts, it's very, very small efforts that you make will yield you results because there is no print of SDHT inside you. So I request you to please be there and chant the Mahavakya 11 times and experiencing you as who you are in the parallel existence. And now we will go to Ma Yogananda Swarupani, Vamadeva Shivashakti. We're sharing that in terms of SJP, I would like to know what is the fear I seem to be having to manifest the next steps and why so much struggle to be there at the moment. Thank you, Ma Nityananda. Great. So I'm going to scan you and I request you to please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Ma Yogananda Swarupini, what Swamiji is showing is your ideas and cognitions you carry about your mother, that she will not give you what you want. Are you deciding today to burn that pattern ferociously? That is the question I want to pose you today. Yes, you have completed this particular thing multiple times and it did not leave you. I'm able to see that. But I'm asking you a question. Are you ready to burn it ferociously today? Just by your cognition, life will give you what I want. I am going to manifest what I want in life and take a decision today. The whole SJP is already there with you. Right? The whole of the SJP, whatever money you need to manifest, it's already there with you. But because you carry this idea that life will not give me what I want, so you are starting to strategize for life. Okay, I will show life that I'm doing this effort. I will start showing life that I'm doing this effort, so life will give me something. You are right now bargaining. You are actually bargaining with life right now. Just burn this idea, burn this incompletion with the mother and decide that you are going to contribute. No matter how others are empowering you or not, you are deciding to make this happen. Right? So, Ma Yogananda Swarupini, just your decision. Don't even casually entertain, oh, it's just, small few minutes. I was just lying here. No. Bring integrity in every single decision that you are making towards relationship and heal the whole relationships. Right? So I request you to take few minutes and cognize, internalize, and ferociously declare today that you're going to drop all the powerlessness, anger that you carry with your mother, that she never gave you what you wanted in life. So I'm going to scan the next person. Please project in the screen. Yes. And now the next participant was asked is, scan me for manifesting SJPK, the next move breakthrough, and what powerful cognitions I need to receive to energies manifest. Thank you. Musuhi. Now, Musuhi, let us sit in the straight line with your head, neck, and spine in the straight line. And I'm going to chant the Mahavakya and entangle. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Ma Musuhi, one thing that Swamiji showed very clearly is the next step that you need to take, right? So far you penned down everything that you have done. I think you have taken steps around 5 to 6 things that you're constantly working on. So you penned down all of that. Okay. Now you will see, you just need to start enriching 21 people for yoga session. Chinese Sangha will be conducting yoga session, I believe. So you can start enriching 21 people for the yoga session. As soon as you manifest this 21st person, you will see a new avenue will start opening up for you towards SJP. Right? So you just need to do it intensely. Next 2 days, 2 to 3 days you take. Within 3 days, manifest 21 people for the yoga session. And you will see, you will be able to move this obstacle that is there for you to manifest SJPK. Many times Swamiji has always shared, and that is how he moves in life. When some project is getting stuck, he immediately takes up some 10-15 projects at the same time. And when these things are getting moved, suddenly the obstacle which is stopping the project that will also is getting moves. So for you, just decide to enrich 21 people for yoga session in next 3 days, and you will see the obstacles that is there for manifesting the SJP will get moved by Swamiji's blessings, and you will be able to make it happen. Right? The powerful cognition you had asked, powerful cognition that you need to manifest is, life is out there to give you what you want. Right? Life has no hypocrisy. Whatever you want, life is exactly granting you the way you want. So next we will go to one more person who has posted for scanning. Okay. The next person who I am going to scan is Ma Hiranmayi. Yes. Ma Hiranmayi, I'm going to scan you. So now I request you to please be seated with your head, neck, and spine in the straight line, and let's chant the Mahavakya together. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Ma Hiranmayi. One thing that Swamiji is showing me very clearly is you used to exist, you used to live with Swamiji in Dwapara Yuga, and you were serving the avatar, and for some reason, for some delusion that you carried about him, made you to distance yourself from him. Just that distance, just that you experiencing that distance, literally made you a rock. Literally, that made you a rock. If you intensely connect with Swamiji's third eye now, you can start experiencing that feeling of rock within you. In your anahata, you can actually experiencing that heaviness of a rock. It is nothing but your delusion deciding to distance from Bhagavan. Now, just make this as your very mission. Becoming Sarvanya Pita Yajaman is you experiencing that oneness with him. Right? You experiencing that oneness with him. Now take responsibility to make that vision happen. Nothing is impossible in life. You just need to decide, yes, this is something which I want to manifest. With Swamiji's grace and blessings, you'll be able to simply manifest it. So I request you to kindly take a few minutes and do this exercise. Right. So I request all the participants, whoever is out there, today decide, let me burn all my SDHT. Let me burn everything that is stopping me from manifesting the Sarvanya Pita. Decide to contribute. Whatever you have, first let us start the journey. Many times when we start the journey, you will see in few months or few weeks, huge breakthrough is just there, right there. So I request all the participants to sign up skshjp.org/contribute. Yes. Requesting the tech kindly scroll down. Yes, the next person who is requested a scan is Malala Taksha Nityanandamma. So let us chant the Mahavakya together and I'll scan you. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Ma, Malala Taksha, one thing that Swamiji is clearly showing is you have everything that you need to become an SJV. Okay, today I'm going to share with you. Have you heard of Naga sadhus who protected Hinduism for Kashi Saranipita? When the attackers, anti-Hindu elements, attacked the Naga sadhus, about 10,800 people left their body. They were killed. But 5 sadhus, just with their extreme tyaga, they were able to revive. They were able to give this Vishwanatha to the whole world. Moment you start dropping insecurities, self-centered insecurities, you will see there exists no obstacle in the first place. You can simply do it even now if you want it. Swamiji has showered you with everything that you need to become the Sarvapita Yajman. You just need to decide when you want to do it. It's really the decision that is waiting from you to Paramashiva. Right? So this is for Manalataksha. Anybody else? Yeah. There is nobody, then we can proceed to the next part of the segment, which is Darshan preparation, the most awaited moment of the day. I request all the participants to come down and settle down. We will be having the Darshan shortly.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
Nityanandam, we heard such beautiful experiences. It was such an exciting session, seeing those videos of Swami, listening to the beautiful experiences, the miracles, how Swamiji literally brought back life into a person, and the amazing transformations that people have experienced. You received the scannings also to the third eye. Now, with this, we are going to be moving to the session. So the most awaited part of our day, which is experiencing the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Today, we are going to be experiencing the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Uma Maheshwara Murthi
and Kalyana Sundara Murthi, all the forms of Paramashiva, which bestows us with auspiciousness in relationships, and all the forms of Paramashiva which bestows us with experiencing oneness in relationships. So let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of each of these deities, the forms of Paramashiva. Now we'll be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Uma Maheshwara Murthi. Dhavalabja Sukasana Sannihitam Mrugam Dimbakatankavarabhiyanam Sumukham Paramutpaladurakam Varaya Umaya Sahitam Hridaye Tumbaje. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Sukhasana Murti. Arunabhasa Subhasma Vilepanadhram Dharanichidaratangkavarabhayadam Arunam Chavarasho Vilasachat Buddhe Gunatrena Sukhasana Rupanidam चतुर्भुजं त्रिनेत्रं च जटामकुटसंयुतम् अभयं दक्षिणहस्ते च वरदं वामहस्तके कृष्णापरशु संयुक्तं वामदक्षिणं हस्तयोः शयानं दक्षिणं पादं दधं वामतु कुञ्चितम् उमासहित उत्पर्व स्कन्दगौरि विवर्जितं सुखासनमिति प्रोक्तम्. Now, in the same space, let's receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Uma Maheshwara Murti, Umesha Murti, Sukhasana Murti, the forms of Paramashiva, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the embodied form of Paramashiva. Now please enter into a deep meditation state and start chanting the Mahava. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed, meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Ishwari
ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கண்ணூஞ்சலாடி இருந்தாள். வையத்தில் வாழும் முறை விளக்கிடவே இந்த வையத்தில் வாழும் முறை விளக்கிடவே இந்த கல்யாண வைபவமோ காணக்கோடி கண் வேண்டுமோ கல்யாண வைபவமோ காணக்கோடி கண் வேண்டுமோ கண்ணூஞ்சலாடி இருந்தாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கண்ணூஞ்சலாடி இருந்தாள். தெய்வீக காட்சி இது தேவலோகம் போல் தோணுது. தெய்வீக காட்சி இது தேவலோகம் போல் தோணுது. ஆனந்தமாய் நித்யம் தந்த ஆயிரத்திலோர் வைபவம் இது. ஆனந்தமாய் நித்யம் தந்த ஆயிரத்திலோர் வைபவம் இது. கண்ணூஞ்சலாடி இருந்தாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கண்ணூஞ்சலாடி இருந்தாள்.
ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன். ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன். ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆவரநாதனுடன். ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன். வேத கோஷங்கள் முழங்கிட விண்ணோர் மன்னோர் மகிழ்ந்திட. வேத கோஷங்கள் முழங்கிட விண்ணோர் மன்னோர் மகிழ்ந்திட. நாரதன் தும்புரு மீட்டிட நானிலம் முழுதும் ஆடிட. நாரதன் தும்புரு மீட்டிட நானிலம் முழுதும் ஆடிட. ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன். ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன். தெய்வங்கள் ஆடிடும் ஊஞ்சலாம் தேவலோகத்தில் செய்த ஊஞ்சலாம். 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 தங்கத்திலான ஊஞ்சலாய் வைரத்தினில் அலங்காரமாய். தங்கத்திலான ஊஞ்சலாய் வைரத்தினில் அலங்காரமாய். பார்க்கும் பக்தர் நித்திய ஆனந்தமாய் தோன்றிடவே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி. பார்க்கும் பக்தர் நித்திய ஆனந்தமாய் தோன்றிடவே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி. ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன். ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன்.
ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி மூர்த்தியை துதித்து ஆனந்தேஸ்வரரையும் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரியையும் வர்ணித்து ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆதிசிவரூபா அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆதிசிவரூபா ஆனந்தபுரியமர்ந்து ஞானம் தரும் சீலா ஆனந்தேஸ்வரா ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்த ஈசனவன் மடி மீது அமர்ந்து ஆனந்த ஈசனவன் மடி மீது அமர்ந்து அகிலம் தன்னை காக்கும் அன்னையன எழுந்த ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே வாழையடி வாழையன ஞான குலம் தழைக்க வாழையடி வாழையன ஞான குலம் தழைக்க குலையோடு வாழை மரம் பந்தலிலே பூட்ட ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி திருமண வைபவம். வேத விற்பனருக்கெல்லாம் ஜெயமங்களம், வரம் வேண்டி வந்த பக்தர்க்கெல்லாம் சுபமங்களம். வேத விற்பனருக்கெல்லாம் ஜெயமங்களம், வரம் வேண்டி வந்த பக்தர்க்கெல்லாம் சுபமங்களம். ஆனந்த திருமணம் அண்டத்தில் கோலாகலம், நித்யானந்தம் நிலைத்திடும் சுபமங்களம். தேவருக்கும் மூவருக்கும் தெய்வ அவதாரருக்கும், தேவருக்கும் மூவருக்கும் தெய்வ அவதாரருக்கும், பூவுலகும் போற்றும் திருக்காட்சியினை கண்டவர்க்கும், பூவுலகும் போற்றும் திருக்காட்சியினை கண்டவர்க்கும் சுபமங்களம் நித்ய சுபமங்களம். சுபமங்களம் நித்ய சுபமங்களம். ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி திருமண வைபவம். சுபமங்களம் நித்ய சுபமங்களம்.
மாலை சாற்றினாள் தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி, மாலை சாற்றேஸ்வரி. ஆனந்தேசன் பொன் கழுத்தில் அன்பினோடு தேவியும், ஆனந்தேசன் பொன் கழுத்தில் அன்பினோடு தேவியும். வையகம் காத்திடும் மாமலர் கரத்தினார், வையகம் காத்திடும் மாமலர் கரத்தினார். மாலை சாற்றினாள் தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி, மாலை சாற்றினாள் தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி. ஆனந்தேசன் பொன் கழுத்தில் அன்பினோடு தேவியும், ஆனந்தேசன் பொன் கழுத்தில் அன்பினோடு தேவியும். மாலை மாற்றினார் ஆனந்தர், மாலை மாற்றினார் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரர். பாகமாய் அமர்ந்தவள் தன் பொன்மலர் கழுத்தினில், பாகமாய் அமர்ந்தவள் தன் பொன்மலர் கழுத்தினில். அண்டமும் தாங்கிடும் ஆனந்தன் கரத்தினால், அண்டமும் தாங்கிடும் ஆனந்தன் கரத்தினால். உமாலை வாங்கினாள் தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி, உமாலை தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி. பாகமாய் அமர்ந்தவள் தன் பொன்மலர் கழுத்தினில், பாகமாய் அமர்ந்தவள் தன் பொன்மலர் கழுத்தினில். ரக்த சந்தனம் கோத்த சக்தி மாலையாம், ரக்த சந்தனம் கோத்த சக்தி மாலையாம். சக்தியோடு பக்தியும் அளிக்கும் தெய்வ மாலையாம், சக்தியோடு பக்தியும் அளிக்கும் தெய்வ மாலையாம். நித்யானந்தம் கொண்டாடியே தேவியும் கரத்தினார், நித்யானந்தம் கொண்டாடியே தேவியும் கரத்தினார். மாலை சாற்றினாள் தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி, மாலை சாற்றினாள் தேவி ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி. ஆனந்தேசன் பொன் கழுத்தில் அன்பினோடு தேவியும், ஆனந்தேசன் பொன் கழுத்தில் அன்பினோடு தேவியும். ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன், ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன், ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன் வேத கோஷங்கள் முழங்கிட விண்ணோர் மன்னோர் மகிழ்ந்திட வேத கோஷங்கள் முழங்கிட விண்ணோர் மன்னோர் மகிழ்ந்திட நாரதன் தும்புரு மீட்டிட நானிலம் முழுதும் ஆடிட நாரதன் தும்புரு மீட்டிட நானிலம் முழுதும் ஆடிட ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன் ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன் தெய்வங்கள் ஆடிடும் ஊஞ்சலாம் தேவலோகத்தில் செய்த ஊஞ்சலாம் 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 தங்கத்திலான ஊஞ்சலாய் வைரத்தினில் அலங்காரமாய் தங்கத்திலான ஊஞ்சலாய் நில் அலங்காரமாய் பார்க்கும் பக்தர் நித்திய ஆனந்தமாய் தோன்றிடவே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி பார்க்கும் பக்தர் நித்திய ஆனந்தமாய் தோன்றிடவே ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன் ஆனந்த ஊஞ்சலில் ஆடினாள் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரநாதனுடன்
ஊஞ்சல்